Hi. One moment. I'm stuck. I'm looking at a thing. Okay. Yeah, I assume you're watching stream now, Digital Ice Age, right? Just hold on. One moment. Just one
Wesley
moment.
Nixon subscribed with Prime. They've subscribed for 38 months. End of line.
Hold on. You don't need to worry about that. Uh, yeah. So, I assume you're here, Digital Ice Age. So that the one you circled, that is that one. I think he's reorganized everything. Although I now see another one at the bottom of that stack. Are there two? Wait, maybe there are two. Oh my gosh, I don't know. Cause now I see. Now I gotta hold on one moment. You can't see my screen, so that's probably fine. Hold on, yeah, you can't see my screen. Just one moment. This. That's another one. I don't know which is which. So the Q variant is what Ben
Laura Coon says
tried to
happy
do,
partner anniversary.
and it's
I
different.
look stupid in a hat CHER 100. End of line.
Let me catch up here. Wesley, thank you for the Prime sub and for 38 months. I appreciate that. That's 30. Yeah, that's 38. 38 months. Chloe, thank you for the 100 bits there. Sorry, yes, I'm on. A secret mission has just received a complication. So the Q variant is not the same as what I wanted because it uses different things and it's not compatible. It is a completely different system. It's also way more confusing as to how it would be the thing that I just commented on. Man, I'm being vague here. But the other thing is he's clearly reorganized everything there and gone through it all. So I think the original photos for organization no longer apply. Because there's a bunch of photos there of just stuff on the floor that aren't even in the trailer. So unless he's got like 4 of them, I don't know now. Also, the IBM branded HP is really cool. It's the IBM! What? He's got another one right there! And thanks for the happy partner anniversary stuff. Okay, there's another one of it. No idea which variant underneath of the red switch IBM photo. So I don't even know anymore. But the main thing I was looking at was the color buttons indicating that it was not the Q version, and I'm now concerned that they're all going to be the Q version. Anyway, I should probably get started on actual stream here. Okay, hold on. Let me walk over there. Hello. Let's start properly. Okay, I'm probably going to get distracted at some point here too, because this is unfortunately like nearly a month-long thing now we've been working towards that has like a last-minute complication. Okay, I mean including the I'm gonna say P2s, because I don't know about that. But all right, okay. I mean, you know what would be even better is if you end up with one as well. That would be awesome. Maybe I'm wrong. And there are multiple of the other ones anyway, because that would be super cool if you could get one too. All right, let's do some yakety yak about the yakking with the clacking we're gonna do, okay? So, hello everyone, welcome to the stream. Starting 9 minutes late because I am horrifically distracted and perplexed and concerned now. So, today we are going to primarily, the main objective for today is to scan this manual for the Computer Devices Inc. 1206 Miniterm Pro, which is basically a computer from, what was it, like 1981, maybe? That was built out of a terminal. So, yeah, we're going to do that. But first, we have a problem we have to solve with... It's not eBay, no. There's a problem we have to solve with...
CDI 100, it's technically not a tangent if you never started in the first place.
I mean, there was an intent to start... Anyway, Chloe, thank you for the 100 bits. Before we get started on the scanning, though, I need to fix the stream integration code that runs the chat and the deck talk and all that fun stuff, because we have found an edge case where if someone gifts a single sub to one person with a specified user recipient, then it doesn't work with the deck talk. So we're going to try and fix that today. Thanks to I'm a Cat a while ago, I have a sample that we should be able to develop against. So I'm hoping that that works. Digital Ice Age is giving away more than I would have, but it's fine. But yes, I'll say the pros, okay, I would be very nervous about taking. I don't know, because I would want to know what the media is that they need, because I don't think most of it can be procured anymore, and it makes it very, very difficult to use them. So, all right. The pop-up, the poll ends. You only get a URL when you weirdos put an emote in there. That's the only time it puts a URL in there. It's fine elsewise. Just stop using emojis and you won't get URLs in there. Problem solved. All right, let's do some work. Boom. Look, it's code. Actually, no, it's not. It's JSON. Yay! And I installed JQ so that we could have it be all pretty colored thing. Skip the P2s? Yeah, I think, yeah. Um, Especially the weirder ones. I mean, if you look and you see that they use the, no, happy birthday. Okay. If you see that they use the normal versions, then I would say go for it. Because I mean, why not at that point? But yeah, personally, I prefer the normal versions with RS-232. I only have one, I think, right now, actually, because the one that I normally would say I would use has also not easily replaceable media. I love being vague. It's fun. But I recently got one that I think is uses normal media, which is nice. But I don't know where it went because it vaporized, I guess. What? It can't have wandered off. Where did I put it? Oh well, I guess I don't get to show you guys and answer the burning question. Actually, I really wish I knew where it was. So I need to use it now. Anyway, all right.
Or who says Shelby's stuff needs to stop growing legs and walking away CHER 100. End of line.
Chloe, thank you for the 100 bits again. Okay, let's talk about code software stuff. Okay, so we have, let's just run Vim here. So we have the code that runs the stream. So I run, not that, I run this on the server, which then sends data via JSON file provider things to my stream computer here, so that I only have to run the API requests on one computer to access it from everything. So that's the goal. Well, I see my shadow. Will that be how many more weeks of summer there are? Because the answer is many, based on the temperature here today. So what we need to look at is API Twitch. So somewhere in here, I am not responding to the proper data thing. Someone summoned you? Are you awake enough yet to remember what a smartboard is? I do think that that's hilarious, though, Digital Ice Age, that it's the A items that are getting more attention. Just like, why? I didn't even see any. Waking up to have sold your GTI out? Congrats! Alright, how does this work? Message prep, blah blah, callback, subscribe, gift. Okay, subscription message. So, what was this? What was this called? Fix? What's the file name? Callback channel chat notification. Okay. Channel. You know what? Let's go chat. Not. Okay, channel chat notification. Channel chat notification callback. Okay. So that's here. If it has an attribute to dictionary, then we dump it.
Josio
Okay.
subscribed at tier 1. End of line.
Josio, thank you for the tier 1 sub and for the first time. I appreciate that. All right. So I've noticed type in subtypes. Oh, okay. So I just need to add notice type subtype. Well, that might be ridiculously easy. So notice type sub underscore gift. Do I really not have that in there? I don't. Why do I not have that in there? Wait, is this going to be one line, super easy? I think it is. I think that's it. I think that's all I have to do. I think that solves it. Done. Fixed. We just restart the remote code. And there we are. Okay, I think that is done now. Okay. First problem of the day solved. All right, I'm going to leave that open just in case that doesn't work, and then I got to go fix more stuff. Okay. Ugh, this needs to be a very coffee-heavy day today. Okay. Took less of my preamble? Yeah, well, the preamble was a lot more confusing. And potentially frustrating. Because thing is apparently vaporware. And I cannot find it!
Magicata gifted a tier 1 sub to programmer. They have given 20 gift subs in the channel. End
It works!
line.
Awesome! Majenko, thank you for the gifted sub there. I appreciate that. And there we go. That is totally fixed. Booyah. I am wondering, what was the back to Digital Ice Age and the thing that we're talking about without talking? Okay. Oh, okay. Yeah, no, that's completely different than the ones that are there. I was thinking, there sure are a lot of Epsons. Isn't the thing that you wanted? No, it's not that. You're back? Okay, yeah, no problem. I was looking at the photos again because I'm a glutton for hating myself. Oh, okay.
Says Twitch wants
hold
me
on.
to say happy partner anniversary. So here, now I've said it. Also, hello CHER 100. End of line.
Ben! They're not the W version! It's the Q version! At least, potentially. Digital Ice Age, get that. You won't regret it. That one is fantastic. It is also a hugely popular model from that time. That will be a good one. You will get use out of that. Tech Talk murdered your name, yeah. Yeah, you will not regret that one. That's a very good printer. I said the thing. I have that exact same one. It's excellent. Yeah, I don't understand, Ben. The other thing is, I think we got new photos. We've seen 3 of them. I don't know if they're all the same or not. And the deal has gotten a lot more complicated. So who knows what's going to happen. But yeah, you will not regret that one. Digital Ice Age. Absolutely. That one uses standard, by the way.
Desiak is gifting 5 tier 1 subs to Tectankits' community. They've gifted a total of 42 in the channel. End of line. Desiak gifted a tier 1 sub to Smufer. End of line. Desiak gifted a tier 1 sub to Antonius. End of line.
Oh!
Desiak gifted a tier 1 sub to Nightlore. End of line. Desiak gifted a tier 1 sub to MR Pool Shot. End of line.
I bet I removed sub-gift to fix that.
End of line.
There's no way I can do it. That's why we didn't have sub-gift. Yep. There was a reason. Ah, screw it. Whatever. We're leaving it. Oh, that's hilarious, Digital Ice Age. All right. Yeah, that is why Subgift was not in there. Oh, well. All right. What are we doing? Scanning. That's it. Hold on. Let me go point the camera over here so you can actually see the thing. What if someone does 50 subs? Well, then they're getting their money's worth out of it.
Oraku says so now we can annoy Shelby by sending him more money. Oh, for shame, CHER 100. End of line.
I think Chloe gets it. Need to implement a threshold? Yeah, can't you parse it out somehow? I don't see how. They're exactly the same unless I put something in for like... The only way I could think to do it is if I put a... Actually, this is exactly how I could do it, so I'm not going to say how I could do it because then you guys want me to fix it. All right, let's continue. Let's do some scanning. I know how to fix it, yet I refuse to. All right, this is the manual for the Computer Devices Inc. 1206 Mini-Term Pro. This is a terminal that I desperately wish I could find. I would probably pay an embarrassing amount of money for one of these if I could get my hands on one. But it's never going to happen. It's too weird. So, yeah. No, Majeko figured it out. Curses. I was going to go one step farther, Majeko. I was going to put a dict in there that uses their username as a key, and it would just ignore the next 5 or whatever number from that person. Ben, I got bad news for you. So when Shelby gets a CDI terminal, that ain't happening. Last week's project, Running with Scissors, is a wonderfully broken commercial CD. Really? One of the benefits of having accidentally moved my CD collection into the office, at least some of them, I may have actually remembered to bring that one home. Let me have a look-see here. Ooh, there's more Vangelis here. Did I already rip portraits? I think I did. Okay, there's Bad Hair Day, but you're saying Running with Scissors. Let's see. Oh, did I rip The Crow? I feel like I didn't. Maybe the disc is bad. I feel like the disc is bad. I kind of want to rip The Crow now. Ah, Running with Scissors. Boom, got it. There we go. Knew I had it here. Okay, I'm going to test Dziak here, okay? Why would I disable a channel point redeem based on the lyrics of a song from this? And there we go, Running with Scissors. Oh, Running with Scissors. That was white. There we go. We'll rip that after we scan this. All right, let me make sure it's in there. It is. Doesn't look bad. Oh, is that an enhanced Blue Book disc? That might be why. They keep calling me. That was for Desiac. 1999. That would be. It's not a UMG. Ooh, this could be an interesting one. Yeah, we'll definitely take a look at this. Burn is Natural Born Killers, by the way. Not this. Not Crow. Crow is Dead Souls. Okay. To the Cure. With that album? To the Cure. I know that's a band, but... Is Dead Souls a cover? I genuinely don't know. Definitely need to play the final track on the album, Redeem Urgently. It can't rain all the time, or do you mean... I'm pretty sure this is going to be Biggest Ball of Twine to Minnesota, right? Yeah, no, Albuquerque. Oh, yeah. Burn is the Cure song on it. Oh, okay, no. So, Dead Souls, that's the only commercial release that has Dead Souls. There's a bootleg record that has Dead Souls on it, but there's no official anything else that has it. Probably a whole lot of lovin'. I don't know. Let's see. Need to get chips. Dead Souls is... Joy Division. You know what? I knew that, but I forgot. That's right. I'm gonna say a thing that's very, very stupid. Okay, so I'm not reusing these staples because they're super rusty and they broke. I'm gonna say a thing that's very dumb. I've never listened to Joy Division just because I'm sick and tired of seeing the shirt. And the cover art being parodied over and over and over again. One of your favorite soundtracks to Crow? Your username is a Joy Division reference? Do you have Joy Division over gloves? See, I don't know anything from Joy Division other than Dead Souls, apparently. So any references are going to be lost on me. Trying to extract this staple cleanly so we can scan this. By the way, this is saddle stitch. We're going to scan this flat on here. I'll try the glass today, actually. I'll put the glass on the back of this to see if it flattens the center crease. Listen to New Order. Oh, I'm sure there's a bunch of people who tell me a lot of things to listen to. I think I have seen those Red Dog Cap, and again, part of the reason why I think it's really overdone. There's way too much referencing of that. Almost surprised. I mean, maybe they have that a streaming service like Spotify or something hasn't just licensed that to use as like a visualizer or advertising thing for random stuffs. Okay, so this is now unbound. There we go. No mystery third. There is a mystery third staple, right? Oh no, there's just the other staple that it tore to pieces. I haven't got that one out successfully yet. Hold on. I really have Dead Souls stuck in my head now, though. It's such a disgusting rusty staple. Oh my gosh. I think I'm going to be 3-ring bindering this one after I'm done, since it's got the holes for it. Never mind. The saddle stitch didn't really work with that. Why did they 3-hole punch it? literally, the center holes merge together. Okay. Let me get the glass, because I kind of want to try that. So, you know, just like every other normal person, I have a envelope of glass panes that I keep around. So we're going to use this one to flatten this when we scan it. Dude, they keep calling me. Would have been a fantastic Weird Al parody for extended car warranty. Like, dang. I want that to exist now. All right. Let's do some scanning. This is too big. Oh, it's very, very big. Okay, how does it work with the glass? Ooh. So this is a fridge shelf, and this piece here is gonna be a problem because I have to push this all the way to the back, and it means that there's all of this here that isn't going to be flattened. Let me look at my other options. I don't think I have anything else as big as this. Yeah, this one's smaller. This is picture frame glass, so this is way more fragile. It's too small. The other one, I believe, is also refrigerator glass, but it has a rubber kind of gasket thing on there. It is also smaller, though. Okay. Option is 4C. You joke, the 4C would be perfect for this, but it would have the same problem. What I would really need to do is just remove this white plastic edge. Do I want to attempt this? Because it's going to be glued on. Oh. I mean, it's only extremely easy. Peak order. I literally own it for scanning purposes. That is why I have these. What are you doing with the fridge shelves? I'm putting them on the... Here. So, this piece of paper, I'm going to go ahead and scan it. You can see that it has the pyramid shape. I'm going to put a piece of glass on there because it's heavy. And it will hold it flat. That's what I'm going to try and do. Because this does not apply even enough force. So I want to try this. Someone recommended this, and I already had the stuff for it, so I kind of wanted to try it. But what kind of fridge? A broken one. That's what kind. Why do you think I have these? So I also own these for laying them down so you can photograph through them. Use a brick. The problem is that it's not... This is squishy because it's meant to conform to like lumpy stuff, which is part of why it doesn't apply as much pressure when you're scanning individual sheets. Seem to have a scanning problem. Could have used that trick for imaging that book. Well, you have to remove the spine to make it work. So I'm going to put that in there, and then I'm going to put this on the corner. This is going to make it a nightmare to actually finish this, though, but we'll give it a try. All right, I am still going to use this so that I avoid light reflections going down in, but I shouldn't have to try and press on it anymore. That should just do it. So, okay. Use fridge glass because it's tempered. Save if you break it. Don't use window glass. Exactly. Yes, that's the same reason that while I do own that picture frame piece, I don't like using it. I much prefer the fridge glass. Also, the fridge glass comes pre-sanded along the edges because they know normies are going to take the shelves in and out. So those are a lot safer to handle as well. Want to at least know it's a bougie fridge. Okay, I'm pretty sure one of them came from one of those kinds of fridges where if you ever had a repairman come by, he would say, "Do not get rid of this. It will last forever." When I had to move out of the last place and the landlord replaced the fridge because he's an idiot. Okay. Xane. Oh, also let me launch Key Listen. What it would be like to be a normie? I don't know. I don't think I've ever known. That's not the life I've lived. All right. I did successfully sign into Nextcloud today, and my server hasn't exploded, but I think I'm going to go ahead and just scan to a local folder instead. Scans, rather than trying to mess this up. CDI Mini Term 1206 Pro. Okay, that'll be our destination. Dog face. All right. This should find, yep, two of them. We want the A-Vision. I'm stalking another A-Vision on eBay. I shouldn't buy it, but I'm really sad about the bad edge on this one, and I would like another one, and it's an LED one that looks unused, but they want way too much money. So I'm hoping that having watched it, I can get them to like throw me a low offer at some point, because I think I can make my own counter offer to that, and then see if I can get a replacement for this one. This one also has scratched glass. This was very, very cheap for one of these, because it's kind of beat up, but it turned out to be a fantastic idea. I mean, I was going to say they paid for the domain, why not use it, but that's not how domains work. Me use that strategy a lot lately too. Yeah. Actually, did I watch the other thing that I know I shouldn't buy, but I really, 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 really want to buy? Let me see. You can't see my screen, he says, knowing they can see his screen. 400, that's how much they want for the A-Vision. I forgot it was that much. Good grief. I did not watch the other thing. That's right. Let's see. HPXY recorder. There we go. Yeah, I didn't watch it. Why didn't I? Let's do that. There we go. I want the XY recorder to go with the Spectrum Analyzer because it can control one, and that would be awesome. Okay. You guys ready to scan? Oh wait, let me set the folder. That would be smart. Let's see. User, archives, scans, mini term. Scan 01. Actually, create folder covers. Let's scan to that first here. Sometimes I unwatch and rewatch an item, see if the seller will send another offer. That's pretty clever. I haven't thought of that. That's some metagaming right there. I like it. That is the XY plotter I'm trying not to buy. So, H. Vontres, I'm trying to trip an eBay notification that gets them to offer a discount to people who are watching it. Price swing by with the item. Do the pen instrumentation plotter from the other week. Think it's lathe time. Ooh. Okay. I think that's good. I'm going to go ahead and just do full bed scans. Not crop anything, and then crop and post. All right. Typical scan process. Hands off. Boom. Scanning. Okay. Here we go. Even without watching an item. Interesting. I don't know if that's ever happened to me. Oh, it takes a long time to scan the whole bed. I forgot. I need to add a additional option for the... Those staples are so rusty, I got a rust mark on the handle here. I need to add an additional option for multiple cover files to scan to PDF. Maybe we do that today. I think Python has an nargs argument, but I don't know how it would handle that. Because here's the problem, okay? Wait, file insert already exists. What? Why did it not auto increment? Hope you got that tetanus shot. Let me bring up the controller so you guys can actually see what I'm doing. Hey, look, it's settings again. Yay, I love accidentally opening settings. Hooray. Okay, that's not what I wanted. So if someone gets bored one day, it starts poking around on it. Terminal. It's now running a food truck. Did not factory. Oh. Yeah, I know what you're talking about. You saw the first commercial plotter today. I don't actually know what that is. What is it? Okay, for some reason this did not auto-increment when I scanned. Let me try this. Scan underscore 1234 dot JPEG. Go. Okay. I gotta put the correct cover side back down. What was it before a food truck? Probably a regular truck. See, I know you're talking about of disappointment if I've ever... You started talking about a terminal, okay, like, ooh, old computer garbage. Then I realized POS, oh, it's just a phone with a barcode reader. All right, so hands off, full scan. Okay, is it going to increment the number? Okay, it did this time. Weird. Why didn't it last time? So this option is supposed to increment this number. I don't know why it didn't last time. So some of y'all haven't watched the Tiny Pentium video and it shows. Because I just got away with that joke twice now. It's not that cool, Digital Ice Age. It's probably Android. USB to Surface charger adapters. I really like those. It's super handy. My Surface with a battery bank with that, oh my gosh, it lasts so long, it's insane. All right, so under covers. There we go. We got the outside and the inside. Now I'm going to change to here. I'm going to set this to 02. And then I'm going to reset that there. I am curious what it's going to do here. Because I have no idea how it's going to handle this numbering. It might increment the first number. It might increment the last number. I don't know. All right. $1981, called it. First edition manual. Drat, it's got a copyright date, Digital Ice Age. Just so you know, you've infected me with checking that on every single thing now. All right, let's see what it increments. I should have just done B, not 2. That would have worked way better. I can fix it. Oh, it worked anyway. Okay, well, this is fine. All right. Here we go. Let's start the process. Okay. I'm just going to switch to this. This is probably the more fun way of viewing this anyway, and I have to face this way so I can operate the foot pedal more easily. All right, here we go. Let the scanning commence. This becomes a lot more tedious with the glass. Like, way more tedious. But the results should be better. Did I click in the wrong folder area program? There we go. It does have to have focus to work, annoyingly. Okay, use a tape hinge. So the glass needs to go down into the there's a plastic lip around the scan glass, and it needs to go inside of that plastic lip. So it'd have to be a really complicated tape hinge. Plus, I kind of don't want to put tape all over this thing. It's nice I don't have to worry about fingerprints on the glass since I'm not using it optically. The good thing about this is that I should have the software already done to be able to process this like that. So this should be super fast once we actually have the scan files. That's the whole reason I did scan to PDF. This is the boring part of the stream. There's not a lot to do. So, non-spoilery talk. I'm at the end game of Donkey Kong Bonanza now, and it turns out that you know what, I'm gonna say this could be considered a minor spoiler, but it is the kind of spoiler I think you would prefer to know. Turns out, through the natural course of play, you are not going to collect enough banana skill points to be able to unlock all of the skills, and you have to farm the banana chips, and it is very annoying. So I would recommend if anyone's playing that game, do 100%. Just put on the banana bolo like immediately, and then just leave it on. Except when you need the other one that's obviously better, that I won't spoil. But yeah, if I'd known that, I would have radically changed how I was playing. So it's very, very annoying because it is not easy to get the chips.
Philip Andrews subscribed at Tier 1. They've subscribed for 21 months. And says scan, scan, scan. All of the archives. End of line.
Philip, thank you for the Tier 1 sub and for 21. That is that many months. Thank you so much. I appreciate that. All right. Pretty pictures. They screwed up cutting this. This edge here is crooked like this. It's kind of annoying. I played a new game in years recently, gone back to the OG Xbox. This is some of the best versions of that gen's games. Ooh, I think I agree. I'm still looking for Crash Tag Team Racing on Xbox. I really want it on there because I want to play it without the stupid, awful motion blur that the Emotion Engine games on the PS2 have. I hate Emotion Engine blur. It's awful. So yeah, I get you. I do agree that when the games are cross-platform and it's not on GameCube, get it on Xbox. Hate depth of field more? Depends on the game. You should try 3D Dot Game Heroes and see how it is abused to have a very stylistic look. You might be annoyed by it, but you can also turn it down somewhat. But it makes the game. How did I already do both sides of this? I don't even remember now. Sort by newest first. Okay, I did both sides. PS2 Blur was a bit of a vibe, yeah. Did you kill it in anticipation and assume you just run it to the bitter end? What? Okay, I got no idea what you're talking about. Fun with Midnight Club, LA on 360. One of the least graphically annoying Rockstar games you own. Yeah, the anniversary doesn't really mean anything. I don't know why Twitch pushes it so hard. Oh, there's one of the best pictures coming up. Oh, wait, I gotta select the correct window. All right. Yeah, Crash Tag Team Racing is way better than it has any reason to be. Highly recommended. Underground I never got into. I skipped that and went straight to Carbon. I know Most Wanted is the more popular of the two. But I went to Carbon. When I did the Windows XP video back there, I tried to replay Carbon. I could not stand it. Oh my gosh. It's so bad. And I just mean the driving physics. It's so bad. Underground 2 is the best ever. Yeah, you're not going to convince me of that. Hot Pursuit 2 is the best ever. Just, it is. None of the ones after Burnout was killed in favor of just cranking out Need for Speed games until the end of time are going to count as best ever. But Hot Pursuit 2 is best ever. Hot Pursuit 2 is one of the, like, very last games in my mind. After that, games started getting too big, too complicated. Hot Pursuit 2 is still just fire it up, menu, pick your thing, go. Like, it's focused, but not in a way where it's like missing anything. It still has plenty going on, but it's not just bombarding you with garbage and trying to maximize playtime. And it's really nice. Ridge Racer's really good, but it's also really weird. So I just put that in a completely different category. I 100%ed Ridge Racer DS of all games. That one was fantastic. I assume all of the other ones are just as good. I tried Ridge Racer. Actually, Ridge Racer for the Vita was the last physical game I got for the Vita. That was the final one I needed for me to feel like my collection was complete. And then I had every Vita game that I would ever want. Now, I'm thinking I need to go find my Vita. Actually, I know exactly where my Vita is. I need to go get my Vita, crack it open and rip out the battery before it does anything rude and ruins itself, and then just hope that it can be run without a battery. Yeah, I did play a little bit of... Was your first PSP game? That's a pretty good one. Definitely a good one. Need for Speed Carbon on PSP I also thought was really good. I don't know if it would hold up, though. I feel like it was a little more toned down. Actually, you want one of the best PSP games? Driver 76. It's Driver Parallel Lines, except they got rid of the stupid modern part, and it's all just the 70s. Oh my gosh, it's awesome. There's a different thing I was going to mention related to a racing game, and now I don't know what it was. Oh, wait, I was going to mention something else completely different. Okay. I have finished Donkey Kong Bonanza, so like I mentioned, I'm in the 100% cleanup at this point. Which also, I hate that phrasing, and that's part of why I think Hot Pursuit 2 is like a perfect game, in that modern games feel like cleanup is the accurate description to finish them. Anyway... After I finished Donkey Kong Bonanza, I have come to the conclusion that Super Mario Sunshine is without a doubt the best Mario game. Donkey Kong Bonanza made me realize this. And I think you would have to have watched every single Yahtzee Croshaw Mario review to really understand this point. But it didn't click with me until I watched his Bonanza review, and he didn't even really touch on it in that review, but it just, thinking about Bonanza from his mindset made me realize Super Mario Sunshine is the only one that doesn't have Grass World, Ice World, Fire World, Jungle World boss. It is 100% on theme to the remote resort island. Every single level is just some variation of that overall theme. It's not a bunch of disconnected worlds that have literally nothing to do with each other. It's the best Sonic game? Sonic Adventure. It's not even close. 1, not 2. You're wrong if you think it's 2. Frontiers is really good, though. I will say, I really liked Frontiers. Sunshine is awful. I'm sorry, but you're wrong. Sunshine is the best Mario game. I think the movement in Sunshine, and I know this is heresy, but the movement in Sunshine is better than 64. It's better than Odyssey. And I know that that's heresy. Again, you don't have to tell me. Or spent on Game Gears with the original Sonic? You mean... Which Sonic? I only have 3D Blast. There's probably more. But I only have 3D Blast, I think. Galaxy sucks. Galaxy has the worst movement physics of all of the Mario games. Here's why the movement physics matter so much. Your whole goal is to platform. It's to get from A to B and collect things on the way. You have to be able to enjoy the process of getting from A to B. And Galaxy fights you in every possible step from A to B. Galaxy, your favorite is Galaxy 2 over 1. Well, I can understand that. What's the best Sonic game on 16-bit? 2. Could you clean up for the pod person from the camera? Trim down Master System. Oh, that's right. I forget that exists. I didn't have that. I think I would have enjoyed it, but I don't know. I've also never played the Master System version. I should get that. I have a Master System. I actually have a complete in-box Master System with 2 sports controllers. That's pretty sweet. Found it at Goodwill. I didn't want too much money. I was like, I'll take your entire stock. But on the Sonic games, I'll say this. I am surprised at how well the stupid anime fighting style works for a Sonic game. And it's just because he is... You mispronounced Sonic CD? Isn't that more 32-bit? But yeah, the fighting style in Frontiers works better than I would have guessed. I was not really thrilled about the idea of a fighting-focused Sonic game, but the way they did it, which is just button spammy, kind of works. And the fighting isn't too big of a part of the game. So it works out. Except the physics being different between Overworld and Cyber stages sucks. That part's annoying. Your Game Gear was a Sonic bundle. Interesting. I had 3D Blast on there. I remember just being okay with it. I did play it a lot, but it felt weird. But the weird was probably the screen being terrible, to be completely honest. Game Gear screen really let it down. So bad. Played better in 1, but 1 was a bit more imaginative. All right. Well, Silent Searchlight, I'm going to disappoint you, and I'm still going to say 2. CD never really grabbed me. It's good, I know, but the thing that I don't think that Sonic needs is for the levels to be even more maze-like by having there be 3 variations of the same maze. If Sonic CD did not have a time limit, I think it would be my favorite. I think that's what it would take, getting rid of the time limit. Buttons were a letdown? I don't know. Quite enjoy Genesis 3D Blast. Genesis, CD and the PC port, the CD and the PC port are the same, are fantastic. I love that game. It is, you gotta go into it with a different mindset, kind of like Sonic Spinball, but it's really good. I was gonna say I recently replayed Sonic 3D Blast, but then I remembered that by recent, I mean a decade ago. Because I know exactly when I did it. And now I feel old. Playing somebody to switch the edge of the buttons, the D-pad turned crunchy dust. Oh, ooh. Yeah, I had all of the nonsense for mine. Actually, I might have used mine to watch TV more than anything else. The TV adapter for it was crazy. The Saturn is really cool. Transit biker. I would really like to have Sonic Jam for the Saturn, but like I don't want to pay what people ask for it. Better kart racers than any Mario Kart. So I played the Vita one a bit. It's okay. I don't really care that much about Mario Kart, so I'm not the person to say. I don't care about the racing part of Mario Kart. I obviously quite liked the P-Switch missions in Mario Kart World, but that's different. And I'm going to go out on a limb and guess that Sega didn't have enough time to copy. I mean, Sega didn't simultaneously have the same inspiration to make Crossworlds open world like that. You want all 2 titles they made for it. Yeah, there wasn't like a ton in the West. Good deal on a Saturn a while back. Only have like 2 games because typical game prices. Yeah. I just have, you know, one of those one kinds where I could put, you know, discs with Sharpies on them in it. Yeah, there's all kinds of expensive Saturn games. That's not like a competition. I don't want any of the weirdo ones. Well, I say weirdo, that's not fair. I don't care about the typical Japanese import games at all, even slightly. Literally not at all. So, yeah, I know those are super expensive, but that's not what I'm interested in. Mod chip cheers, yeah. Best Genesis game in each genre. I mean, obviously Sonic 2. Sonic R is overrated. Silent Searchlight. I don't care about the music that much. Yeah, Supersonic Racing is good, but it's also extremely over the top and cliche. Sonic R is the only Sega PC game with Sonic that I didn't bother to get because I just don't care. Best Genesis game in each genre. It's been too long since I really just sampled the Genesis library. And so many of the ones that I want to say are just, they're third-party games that are on both systems. So, it's hard to say. Because I want to say Top Gear, NBA Jam, but like, those are both on Super Nintendo and are arguably better on there. There are great Genesis games. I'm just drawing a blank right now. Sonic Spinball is better than Sonic R, for sure. Sonic Spinball is actually good. I like how literally no one agreed with me that Sunshine is the best Mario game. You'll settle on Sonic 2. Sonic 2 is where they added all of the controls, and the music is overall better. It's the better experience to just hop into to play for an afternoon than Sonic 1. It plays more like how you expect it to play. And then once you get past Emerald Hill Zone, you get to Chemical Plant, and then it's the greatest game of all time. For music. For the actual gameplay, Chemical Plant is extremely confusing. So, Majenko, have you ever tried Sunshine? Sunshine is the Mario game with teeth. That's part of why I think I like it, but I am really convinced Sunshine is the best. Each other. And we're back. And, yep, there was a big old dropout here. So from 11:11 to 11:12. There you go. It's yep. That's fun. All right. That was the last image I scanned. Bunch of text, no floppy. Okay, so one with the Uline bins is next. My chat thing need to be restarted? It might. Hold on. Let me do that because I'm not seeing any new messages. All right. If chat's working, type anything except for the party hat partner anniversary. Yeah, so it was a big dropout. So, yep, fun. I added a latest one. You can also see all the dropouts that I had overnight here. Yay! Here's all of yesterday that I logged. Oh my gosh, it was awful last evening. It was so bad. I wonder if this is like neighborhood congestion during like peak time. So this is 6 p.m. to 9 p.m., like 9:42. Like I could see that being just peak neighborhood congestion. Getting way worse there. Yeah, it's annoying. But anyway, here's just the last 6-ish hours, if I remember right. So, did Skywater last night? This is my home internet, which is cable broadband. This is not LTE. Can you run that on your local internet? I mean, I guess. It's super barbaric, like the most barbaric thing you've ever seen. It is a bash script that just runs ping and then copies a response code and then puts it into a CSV, and then a Python script that just interprets that into JSON and then sends it to chart.js. Sonic and Knuckles is... No, it's not. I'm sorry, it's not. Making it more complicated doesn't make it better. I am a huge proponent of keeping games on target, and that more is not better. Sonic 3 is pushing it. I've never played Chaotix, and Sonic CD is just too confusing. Okay, I think this one's next. Yeah, but Sonic 2 has the better music overall.
Holiday will subscribe with Prime. They've subscribed for 6 months. And says look at all those peaks. Peaking was good, right? At least it is behaving for now, colon. End of line.
Holla, thank you for the Prime sub, and for 6 months, I appreciate that. Yeah, peaks are... they're great. Yep. Via his homebrew streaming setup, involving more computers than one would expect. There's a reason for that, though. If not, that level dropout is likely. Upstream noise from somewhere in the area near your house. Graph behaves like it. All right. I don't know what I can do. Like, I can call and complain to them, and they'll just say, "Oh, we can send out a technician to look at it," and then nothing will happen. So it's just always it sucks. Transient problems are major suck. Yeah. I would love to know if it happens to everyone in the neighborhood. I assume it does. But, like, there's no way to know. So, Silent Searchlight, I need to try Sega Championship Tour Racing or Tour Championship Racing, whatever that one is. I know it has some insane music because I went through all of my loose jewel case games and ripped that one because I had CD audio tracks, and when I went to listen to it, it's like, whoa, this slaps. So I really want to try that game at some point. I'm going to guess it's like every other rally game from that time period where it plays like Torok, where you can see 10 feet in front of you, and it's just a turn every now and then. And, oh, wait, it's going up. You can't see what's coming next. But this time it's because you're staring at the dirt. So I was thinking that Hellecroft, but I wasn't going to say it out loud. You don't know your neighbors? Why would I want to talk to people? Well, Clax is fantastic, but to me that's not a Genesis game. That's a that's an Atari Lynx game. So while I agree that's a really good game, it's not a Genesis game to me. Why am I not seeing these most recent images? Okay, there we go. That's looking correct. I might have played more Lynx than Game Gear, now that I think about it. Lynx was actually really good. It's got some fantastic games on it. Not saying it's better than the Game Gear. I think it just I got it at the right time in my life where I was like, this thing's fantastic. And I appreciated the limitations. And it excels in ways that you wouldn't think it could. What just happened? You agree with the best port to the console? Oh, see, I wouldn't actually know if it's the best port or not. That's just the only one I played. Oh, Xane crashed. Cool. Okay. That's new. A Nomad would be sweet, but the cost isn't worth it when it doesn't gain you entry into a new ecosystem. So, eh. Weird. Why did it, like, die? Oh, digital license, we're trying to load the images, but for some reason. Oh my gosh. Yeah, you're gonna rip your wallet. Oh my gosh, rip your wallet. Why didn't he lead with this? What? Okay, now that is a deck rider for Above the Rainbow. That's actually one. It's a good thing that he made sure to lick his camera lens before he's taking these photos, too, just so he has that nice Vaseline look. Tell him his buddy's an idiot. That no one actually does that. They think they're going to do that, and then they realize how much work it is. Anyway, Xane is so 2000s. Dude, it looks like 1989. It looks like Windows 3.1. So spoiled being able to check in on the internet at 50-mile radius. That would be nice. Your free trial of Xane. Electronics department in Walmart. We couldn't get rid of the nomads. You might appreciate this then. So there was one time at Walmart, I went there, and it was like, I swear into the PS4 era, and they had their little, last chance, like, here's the stuff we're clearing out, like bins in front of the electronics department. And they had a whole bunch of brand new PS2 memory cards. And again, we're talking way after the PS2. It was hilarious. They must have just found them in a box under a shelf or something somewhere. It was amazing. Gave them a lowball offer on the lot, like on everything. I wish you luck. I think you would do well with what I'm seeing. Everything there looks like a gem. I don't know what the weird orange, red, yellow button thing is. That's about it. But I can identify almost everything there, and that's a really good sign. It feels like he bought someone else's actual collection. Like, it's too nice. I kind of want that. I mean, I kind of want the worst one there, and you could probably guess which one it is. Like, out of all the stuff, other than the Deck Rider 4, that's the thing I see the most, and I'm like, You know where my... So, you know how it came back for a second, but then I didn't reconnect? I was talking that whole time, and then it dropped out again, and then I realized it. Boom, spikes. Yep, spiky, spiky. Lots and lots of spikes over here. It's spike-tacular. So frustrating. Anyway, Ben, you know this stuff's all too far away, right? Like, and anyway, if anyone's getting the Deck Rider 4, I just want to dribble over it. Yeah, I get it. I'll just say, the only thing I could see is the outline, the knob, and the black. But it's pretty identifiable as it. Once you know what to look for. Dude, this manual is a lot of pages. I didn't realize this. It's 112 pages, so we're scanning 60 sheets here. Or are we scanning 30? Double-sided. Math. What is it? All right. Serious business guy doing serious business.
Laura Kuhn says CHEER 100. I don't want to be known as the person who can identify knobs from the outline. End of line.
Chloe, thank you for the 100 bits. I think I should restart the API script again here. So I'm pretty sure every time I lose internet, it disconnects YouTube. So there we go. All right. Is this all still happening tomorrow, Digital Ice Age? Because I've lost track. I feel like a rental's back in the cards, though, now. Yeah, Silent Searchlight, at that point, I just want to emulate it. If I'm not playing it on an actual original console, I'm just going to emulate it. FPGA stuff's stupid. There's no reason to do that. If you're using it to, like, keep original hardware going or replicate original hardware, you can't get, like, some of the PC peripherals for, like, an IBM or something. You know, that kind of makes sense, because you're just extending the capabilities of an original machine. But if you're just cloning it outright, I'd say just run it in an emulator. It's not any more of an authentic experience running it on a modern hardware that's just emulating it in hardware. You can dream. I mean, I guess. That's not true, Yin. Your software emulation can be just as low latency as hardware. There is no reason that it would be slower. You just, some may be, some may not be, depending on how the software handles it. Because it's not like inputs are tied to frame rate or anything. It's just how often it's pulled. Whether or not you're using a Bluetooth controller, things like that. Also, it doesn't matter. If you're playing something seriously like that, you're going to have to run it on an original console if you want it to be an official time speed run, because they're not going to accept something like an FPGA emulated console. So it either doesn't matter because you're playing casually, and then it doesn't matter because you probably won't be able to tell, or it matters because you're speed running and then you won't be allowed to use emulated anyway. So, or FPGA. So, a couple milliseconds lag, inconsequential. Light gun games on a CRT? What about that? I prefer light gun games on a CRT, but I think the LCD delay ones, the guns are a super cool peripheral that are an awesome way. Do you need a real FPGA or hardware for that? No. You can do the exact same thing like you would do with using the original console with the LCD. They have new light guns that have an adjustable timing for the sensor, so you can just adjust that for whatever your latency is. Emulators are allowed in an emulator category for speedruns, but they are not allowed in the mainline official speedruns. They're both valid AI, but I'm not going to ever say FPGA is better. I'm just saying there's no reason I would ever use FPGA when I can just do software emulation. But the problem with that silent searchlight, what you're talking about, is that you're going to have to use FPGAs for the custom chips, like the blast processing or whatever. So custom FPGA is still going to have to be in there for replicating original hardware. Yes, Gratch, that is a big part of my problem, is the misinformation out there about it. Just look up a compatibility list for an FPGA system. You'll instantly understand my problem. Dual HOV lanes? That's weird. That is super weird. I honestly expected us to go the other direction and have none. Or maybe a, not a dual HOV lane, but a dually only HOV lane. That seems more like the direction we're going. Build a proper train line. So it's around town isn't big enough for a train. You can have a what's the more generic word? We have our own stupid word for it. A trolley line. I believe that would be the more generic way of describing it, but we call it a light rail now. That would make sense if the city had been designed for that from the ground up. But the city was instead designed around freeways. And there's really no good way to go from one to the other. Is light rail the, like, actually generic term? I feel like that's a little more specific. A trolley is not a light rail, but that's... Have you ever ridden it? No, I don't want to ride in the portable bathroom. But also, there's just... You did, it's a trip. It doesn't work. For me. There would be no point at which I would ever ride it in my regular commutes. That's the other problem. I wrote it to say we did, okay. I've walked, how about that? That's better, huh? I've walked before. Curious how well this is going to process. Because this is a very weird methodology that I'm using for this. I am not against public infrastructure, to be clear, but it's just, I don't see how it could be implemented here now. Additionally, I will say straight up, I am super biased against massive infrastructure investments that require reclaiming land. Because I have been first party to a house being demolished to build a freeway. Aphrodisiac. Freeways are monsters. Well, as much as I hate to admit it, I really like driving on the freeway where I used to live. It's a very nice freeway, but it won't be forever. Although, actually, it might be forever. Because they're kind of restricted in how much they can use it. AZ wins freeways. Well, I mean, AZ freeways are very nice, but I'm talking about how I was in a house that had to be demolished. Literally, the Hitchhiker's Guide to the Galaxy experience. Demolishing your house to build a bypass. Literally, I have experienced that. Why did the... What is this doing? What happened? Did I double click this? Oh no, what did I do? So yeah, DZX, I am slightly biased against it. Did it start putting them in covers?
Well,
Where are these files going?
To get out of your bedroom before they demolished your house in real life. CHER 100. End of line.
Just going into the Q3 printer manual. Oh my gosh. I don't think I've ever seen a speed camera on a freeway. Maybe more up in Phoenix proper. I don't know. This is temporary freeways are forever, yeah. Scottsdale, okay, that area I don't drive as much. Sorry, apparently when I restarted this, after Xane crashed, it started saving all of the photos in the wrong area that I was scanning. And now it has gotten to a part where it was about to clobber existing scans. Okay, that would explain it, DZ. I didn't remember seeing those. All right, well, I'm going to move. That's frustrating. So 15 to 30. Your state is not fit for human settlement. You say that. It is more energy efficient to cool a house than to heat it. So how sure about that are you? Yeah, Majenko, that is a problem. I will say I don't think that's what happened to the house that I was in. So. So, Grizzleby, what if the house is heated using excess heat from the computer equipment? That is a false narrative or a straw man argument, I'm going to say right up front. That's not going to be as energy efficient to generate that heat, regardless of how you value the work, as it is to cool using actual air conditioning compressors. So, no, it's not more efficient. But your straw man argument is going to be something along the lines of using it for, put data centers in people's homes or something like that and use that to generate the heat. That is assuming that you want the heat and that it is an acceptable solution. I will not agree to that. Heat pumps are equally efficient at certain temperatures? No. 100% disagree. I have now seen in an electric vehicle firsthand one that has a traditional AC compressor and one that has a heat pump. Exact same vehicle, okay? The one that had the heat pump that runs in reverse basically for AC, way less efficient. Heat pump, great for heat, terrible for cooling. To urban heating systems, I don't know what an urban heating system is. We have a hot water heater. I don't know what the English term is. So there is no city-wide heating. That doesn't exist here. There's no city-wide cooling either. Paul Guy, your point is interesting, reducing property values and making affordable housing, but the problem is that you will generally be wiping out low density housing and then having other low density housing that will then be degraded. Because that is the kind of thing that happened. You would build the freeway in a rural area that currently does not have adequate road service. So you're just going to ruin the lives of people who are farther away from the city and not expecting high occupancy areas. And then you would have to buy out all the low density housing there in order to make it high density housing. So you're screwing over more people who would have been fine without that freeway there. It's complicated. Research different refrigerants. Does it matter? Because I think we're not using that one that was supposed to be better for the environment. That kind of sucked. I don't know. Screw the majority of low density housing. That's a complicated one. No one needs an apartment in the middle of Montana. The U.S. is enormous, but everyone wants to live close to each other. No, I'm sure there are, Grizzleby, but no, normal people don't know about that stuff. Yeah, I think Technology Connections video about heat pumps was about them operating as heat pumps, though, wasn't it? Not about the other thing. Yin, I bet he would take what I have to say to heart because it also directly relates to an EV. Anyway, I'm trying to figure out how to restart this here. Normal people here are told heat pumps don't work and are bad. Well, I mean, if you're in a cold environment, they are really good. You want to live near things, but not people? Yeah, I get that. So, Paul Guy, I don't know where you live. There is a different mindset in America than, say, Europe, where everything around you in Europe has existed for a millennia. and your own personal significance is clearly visible, in that you are an ephemeral part of the world. That doesn't happen here. There's too much new here in America, so people don't realize that yet. That is a big problem. Like literally just walking down a street in many of the major cities in Europe, you will be reminded of your own insignificance. Well, Richie Rich, yes, and cold, but not in warm. It also makes a big difference in warm, just the opposite direction. Your argument is that it's more efficient to cool your house in Arizona than it is to heat your house. My argument is that it is more efficient to cool a house in Arizona than it is to heat a house in Denmark. You know, assuming you're using electricity or same resources, not whatever, you know, oh, actually we use geothermal and it's free, you know, kind of thing. What I have against Denmark, I just picked a country that I knew was very far north. Okay, I'm getting out of this conversation. I'm just done. Okay, let me get back on track with the scanning. We are way too far off track. This is a dumb conversation to be having. Dogface, you know as well as I do that everyone in Canada lives within that narrow strip along America. So no, that does not count. Isn't it like 95% of the population of Canada lives below Maine? All right. So I have scanned that. That's the outside. Okay, so I know what the last image I scanned was. I am concerned about how I'm going to handle
says
this.
UNI 100. All tangents, not only of the tech variety. End of line.
I'm going to maple syrup your house when I get down there for that. What, because I'm right? I'm a cat. Thank you for the 100 bits. I. Oh! All that Xane crashes again. We literally have 2 more sheets of paper to scan. Just 2. Back to the CDI printer.
Emicat says UNI 100 sane in the membrane. End of line.
Oh my god, thank you for the 100 bits. Okay. Whole. Wait a minute. I think I just realized something. No, somehow not. Okay, good. I thought for sure that I forgot to reset the color. Or did I? Oh, I did. I have to rescan most of what I just scanned. I've never had Xane crash once. When I wasn't doing something stupid. Why are these odd? Because I started. Wait. How are these odd numbered? Just barcode on the other side and text on that side. I am nervous that I missed a side too. Let me just look through these really quick. Okay, check. Yeah, I don't blame you, Vital Canadian. Now seems like a great time to leave. Okay. Okay. Should be a cool picture. Yep. And then floppies and barcodes. Yep. It seems like there's the wrong number of photos in this folder, so I just want to make sure. Okay. And okay. Look at those floppy drives for a terminal. What? And micro cassette. It's crazy. This thing's insane. Okay. Check. 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 Yeah, I don't know why it's blue. Like maybe it's a mimeograph or something. It's kind of weird. Check. Check. Cassette. Check. 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 Should be a floppy. Yep. And then a cable. Yep. Then another cable. Look at that. They want to be GPIB. Then a floppy drive. Dude, that one's such a pretty picture. Like, what? Look at it. It's crazy. The lighting. It's just, yes. I want one so bad. I'll never find one. All right. Check. Check. Ooh, wait a minute. Okay. There was a missing page. This. That side. I did find a missing page. Okay. All right, so from that, check, and then check. Literally, it's just 3 pages back. We're just going to restart. So I'm going to put that there. And then let me go back to this. This is 83. So I'm going to delete 31, 32, 33. And just restart. Okay. Grab this. Start at 31. Hold on, I want to pull out this. Uh, 62. That goes there. Okay. So far back. All right. Let's see if maybe the software cannot crash this time. That would be sweet. Dude, the light in this scanner is so warm now from this long session. Okay, preview. Reset the color. All right. Drink some coffee for good luck. I'm going to say bad thing, because it means it's literally going to wear itself out. It's a fluorescent light, so it's going to get warm. 31, 30, okay, here we go. Which view do you guys prefer? The arm cam where you can see me messing with stuff, or this where you literally you can't see anything there? No, we're just doing this. Okay. Don't all type of light wear out eventually? I mean, probably, but LEDs definitely last longer. The chemical processes and the fluorescence of the fluorescent lights is a lot more likely to deteriorate. Trying to get this dude to respond to me with a counteroffer for the last 45 minutes. I can't imagine anything more on brand. Like, just... Did he actually... Had you, like, actually negotiated, like, a whole... or at any point was a figure stated for everything? Just out of curiosity. Like, the idea, the notion of a whole lot. Had that already been established? And now you're just negotiating price? First time in history that's ever been uttered. It's the reliable one for me. I don't know what to tell you. Also, you might want to, like, reload your stream. I think you're really, really far behind. Numlock LED is always less bright compared to the caps lock after many years. Yeah, but that, I mean, that's a little different. Again, you're just saying that it does wear out, not giving a relative comparison to other ones wearing out. I'm not saying LEDs last forever. They don't last forever, but they last longer. They run cooler. There are benefits to LEDs over other things. Like, there's a reason that it's not an incandescent bulb in your keyboard showing numlock. So Shelby's rage at Xane. This is new! What are you talking about? Xane has always been my go-to solid scanning program.
Loraku says CHER 100NX Shelby pulls out a keyboard with an incandescent bulb for numlock. End of line.
I'm trying to think if I might actually have one. Maybe not for numlock, but for some kind of indicator. I don't think I do. Actually, just trying to think if I have any actual computers with incandescent bulbs in them at all. I don't think so. But thank you for the 100 bits, Chloe. Oh, hey, wow, look at that guy. We've never seen him before. Is that Mr. Fancy Pants? No, because this is not an HP. So you move back and forth the stream since this came up? Oh, no, it never gave me a cache figure the rest of stuff. Okay. And no problem. Just was trying to give you a heads up. That, very definitely changed the nature of the deal, so... Your day got a lot more complicated. So before going to rent a van again, only to get rug pulled? Yeah, no kidding. So annoying. Dumb thought. I know who you are renting that from. See if there is a location nearby. And if they have towable trailers in case you want to do that. Just have that in the back pocket. Because you're looking at a lot of stuff. And the last figure he gave you is very like, huh, why yes, I'll take your entire stock. As opposed to the other ones where it's like, well, you're raking me over the coals. It's a weird thing. Because I don't know if everything in the original set of photos plus what's in the new set of photos would fit in a van. Now you're getting a little more complicated. Also, I would keep in mind Costco, Sam's Club, Home Depot, all those places have the exact same, actually not Home Depot, go to Lowe's, have the exact same black and yellow storage bins that all interlock if you want to containerize stuff while you're there to protect it. And they're very, very affordable. You probably already know that, but I'm just throwing that out there. Okay. I feel like I'm so likely to miss a page again right now. Should be... That's because I did. Yeah, I skipped a page. I felt it in my core. Like, I knew I skipped a page. Husky boxes. I've never seen a Husky brand. I've seen HDX, but those ones kind of suck. The Lowe's, Costco, Sam's Club ones are all literally the exact same injection mold, so they stack. The HDX ones that I have are a different size. They don't interlock with the others. So it's super annoying. I didn't expect this to take 2 hours. I also didn't expect to have to rescan half of the book. And getting trapped in a conversation trying to defend the environmental energy efficiency of the place I live, which is one of the few places in the United States that actually uses nuclear power anyway, so it doesn't really matter. Doing a live stream LCGX back, yeah. Only took 8 minutes to fix the subcode. I know, right? Like, that was what was supposed to be the hard part. Oh, man. Even thinking about renting a unit at that guy's location just so I can make multiple trips. That's not a bad idea. Oh, you know, it's almost a shame you can't just rent his unit. Yes, Richie Rich, that server is still going. Nothing, I mean, both servers actually are still going. Neither one has ever had an overheating issue or anything like that. When I run really big loads on them, I do try to watch to make sure nothing goes on, and yeah, they've been totally fine. The fancier 3D printed one turned out so well. Like, I can't believe that front mounted fans aren't more prominent on servers now. That worked out so well. I wouldn't bother replacing Noctuas with Noctuas, no, unless they were just, like, tired. I also don't know what the difference is between, I presume, different generations. In a server, just getting higher static pressure would be the only real benefit. Because a server is mostly constrained by just trying to push air through the limited amount of available space. Even the 4U is like that because of the wall of hard drives that has to suck all the air through. And the problem is that you have to do that. You can't just drill holes in the top of the case, although that is what the Gigabyte did, and bypass that, because you still need to cool the hard drives. So it's just tough. Matter of fact, if you have a case like my 4x4 3.5-inch one and you're not using all of the hard drive bays, there is a logic to blocking the empty bays with like foam or something, so air doesn't take the easy path through there and it does actually cool the hard drives. Five pages left. After I flip this one, I think. Yeah. Yeah, the more fans approach that I took with the front of the Gigabyte server is why, well, the static pressure is why I went with more fans, because more fans are just going to have more pressure. Center preg grade storage will often block the open space. Yep, see, that makes total sense to me. Yeah, I'm not surprised at all. They should realistically have like a little spring and fold up door that blocks that as you do it. And hello, Jim. For anyone else who may be new, I'll just go ahead and take a moment here to mention that I am currently scanning through the manual of a Computer Devices Inc. Mini-Term 1206 Pro. There is basically no information about this thing online, and I'm going to put this on archive.org. So that's what I'm doing right now. Just use ESD safe foam. Yeah, that definitely makes sense. It would just be nice if the empty trays had a little flip door that you could push down when you put a drive in there. Well, that CDI isn't a company, so it wouldn't be by them. Because that was a product by Philips. Stop server from blowing away. Oh, yeah. Because that's what servers need is more weight. Also, does it really bother anyone when they're playing Donkey Kong Bonanza and you get to the concrete and it's literally just iron girders? Like there is nothing about it that says concrete. You know, the other funny thing about the partner anniversary, that date is meaningless. Because I don't know if that's when I submitted the application. I don't know if that's when it was approved. I don't know if that's when I hit the ability to actually be able to submit the application. There's as many steps on going from affiliate to partner. So, like, I have no idea when that actually happened or what it actually relates to. For all I know, it could be my first stream once I was a partner. Like, it's... when it was approved. Okay, well, that's... I mean... All right, well, this is not caught up to where we were. This is the last page before we're caught up to where we were. Make sure even number, right, is even number. Okay, we're on the right track. Dude, foot pedal scanning is the way. It's so awesome. Where are we after GIMP crash? Well, it's Xing, the scanning interface software. We're now basically at exactly where we were when it last crashed. But it turned out that the time it crashed before that, I had forgot to reconfigure it to not crush all the colors, and it invalidated all of those scans. So I had to rescan all of that. Because when you preview your image in Xane, it looks at it and it tries to automatically set the white and black levels, but I don't want Xane to do that. I want to do that in post-processing. So it did that, and then I'm now having to undo that. So. It's the last page before the last page. Sorry to hear that. That's all right. It wasted about a half an hour, but at least I can recreate it. It's not like it's a one-time thing. I think I really like the glass strategy. It's way more of a pain in the butt to do, but I think the results are super good. Erase the scans you successfully did. No, it didn't erase the ones I successfully did. So I had configured Xane with the white and black levels that I wanted when I first started scanning. And then it crashed, and then it reset my white and black levels, and I didn't notice, and I started scanning again. So I started scanning clipped white and black images without realizing it. So I had to delete that second half of the scans that I did and then rescan them. So that's what happened. Tape the glass to the lid. It won't work. It's too heavy. The foam that goes on there that tries to press down into it is weird, and it would fall off. It's very loosely held in. And no, I'm not scanning straight to PDF. I'm scanning to JPEGs that I'm then going to use the scan to PDF software to make into a PDF. And then archive.org. Xane crashing, blame Wayland. I don't think I'm running Wayland on this system, sorry. I would open the dialog and look, but you know what? Let's not. Let's not rock the boat. Not TIFF? No, not TIFF, because I'm scanning at 600 DPI. Yes, I am. Thank God. And the JPEG DCT encoding isn't going to be a problem at that resolution. There's no reason. It's not necessary. I won't say there's no reason. It's just excessive to scan to TIFF. It makes it way more difficult to post-process the stuff. Take command arguments so you could script startup options. You know, a better question is, could I just use a command period to do the scan with predefined options every time? That might be worth looking into. I bet it's possible. If I'm just doing a full bed scan, like, why not? There we go, whole doc scanned. Blah. That's it, we're done. Whew. Okay. Look, it still has the curve. I didn't have to like bend it backwards to try and get it to be flat. Okay. So, let's go back to this.
All right, just for giggles. Oh, I'm sure Sane has a CLI. Let's look at the home internet. Yeah, that's about... Did we weather one spike here without actually realizing anything happened? Mad enough to actually scan a book to TIFF, manually crop, rotate. Windows photos. Well, that's just brutal. I don't know. Ugh. Yes, you can do all of that. It's just I don't think that it's worth it. I'm not going to say you shouldn't do it. It will yield better results. I just don't personally think that it's worth putting that extra level of effort into. All right, let's do the covers first. That way I don't have to think about it after the fact. Okay, open with GIMP. Image. Transform. Rotate 90. All right, let's just crop the whole thing to start. Rotation was random? Windows photo thing? That's terrible. All right, you know what? I'm going to not do any color on that. I think that looks pretty good. I want it to look dingy here. All right, now I'm going to do this. File, export as front. What Linux distro do I use? This is Kubuntu. I recommend whatever the current version is. LTS preferably. All right, check this out. So I'm going to do Control Z, then I'm going to do Control I, and then I'm just going to crop again. Boom, backside. File, export, back. How's that halftone looking at 100%? What do you mean? The print quality? Pretty darn good, I would say. So there's 100% 1080p. I like it. All right, now I'm going to open this, which are the inside covers. Image, transform, rotate. I'm going to do basically the same thing here, just crop this down. I'm going to leave the inside cover uncolor modified. So I think that'll be fine. Image, nope, not that. Image, fit canvas to selection. And then I will select the right page, which will actually be the back. Image, fit canvas to selection, file, export as. I'm going to go up here. You know what? I'm going to leave it here. I'm going to call this 03 back inside. Control Z, Control I, and then I wish I knew what like crop to selection was. All right, and then call this front inside export as 01 front inside. Okay. Computer you're scanning with have a parallel port. No, it does not. And neither does the device that you are nonchalantly asking about. Okay. So now we need to figure some stuff out. So let's open this in GIMP. Which one does? Okay, let me rephrase this. The thing you were asking about uses SCSI. Well, let's start this actually. So I'm gonna grab process.sh here, and let's get this open. SCSI parallel port, practically the same thing. Yeah, for sure. -M. This is our margin crop. So it's left, right, top, bottom, and we'll get our actual figures for that. We'll fill in some of that other stuff in a second. First, let me get my numbers here. So we are going to right crop. How much are we gonna crop? We are gonna crop, actually we'll cut in a little bit for consistency. Does computer using have SCSI? I think it does. If it doesn't, it can. But I'm just gonna say this: the thing that you were asking about is not going to be tested today because it is actually pretty complicated to set up SCSI. I'm gonna make it 750. So our right side crop is 750. You must reboot to set up SCSI, for the record. 750. All right. Yeah, what Ben linked there, archive.org. GPIB scanner time. Okay. You know that is a thing, right? Digital Ice Age showed me one. I want it. You know what? I'm not going to show it just because I don't want him to get sniped because he's interested in it. There's a GPIB scanner. Like, they exist. I wonder if it would work with that thing. Like, I bet it would. Like, I would be able to do a color GPIB scan and have it show up on that. Wouldn't that be insane? It would be possible. Why do you need to reboot? Is a rescan of the bus not enough? Let me put it this way. SCSI's got a little bit of black art magic to it, and I don't really want to mess with that while the computer's running, especially not on the PCI to PCIe bridge SCSI card, and not with a very difficult to find device. Like, I wouldn't do it. I wouldn't want to. It's too much sketch factor. Okay, so top scan 271. This needs to be somewhat precise. This is wrong. Hold on. 271 might be my shrink factor, actually. Wait a minute. .271 is the shrink factor. So 0, it would actually be bottom crop, but 0 bottom crop. Okay, so one feature scan to PDF has is a really slow startup. Is shrink inner pages for bound folding. So we need to shrink this, and that shrink is going to be. Let's go to. I think 270 is too much. 270. Let's go 270. -S 270. All right, DCAC.
gosh, it looks insane. It's so good. Hey, you never seen one of these before. It's a HP 4C. So, I'm genuinely extremely curious about something here. So yes, DZAC really did just find this recently. It is, oh gosh, that's rough. Ooh, that's a shame. That is foggy inside. Who would have guessed? Yeah, let's see something. So, after the mail video, I realized how yellow my good 4C is. I want to see something. It's a junk 4C. No, there's no such thing. No, this one came from Goodwill. Please place it so it does not fall. Oh, no, it's not going to fall. Don't worry. It's well supported by the A-Vision. It looks precarious. There's nowhere for it to go. Not a scanner collector? I will very definitely say I'm a scanner collector.
T2 SDE have joined. End of line.
T2 SDE and Raiders, hello and welcome. We're on a tangent. Definitely something that, you know, never happens here. I just got this scanner and I wanted to try putting the transparency lid adapter on here because I wanted to compare the yellowing of the plastic. Okay, so they're still different. Like this doesn't even, this actually looks a lot closer than the other one did though. That looks good. All right. Well, now I don't have to fix this. We can just pretend that's not a problem and I can just leave that on there. That same transparent adapter was also fogged. Ah, yeah. So I'll have to look at that at some point. Crack it open, clean it up. We did clean up my one good one before, so we can do that. A tangent on this channel. Yes, it's for scanning slides or transparencies and looking awesome. This is bad inside. I still haven't opened it, but there are fluorescent lights in here that are bad, and we're going to, this is exactly what I thought you'd do, yeah. And I will be replacing them with like LED strips or something. Dude, it looks so good now! Yes! What, Ben? I do really wish that this had the venting on the sides like this, though. How big is that backlight panel? You want it? What, this? It's the full scan bed. It'll fully illuminate the entire scan bed. Well, you can't have mine, but when I get it working, if you want, I'll offer to scan your transparencies for you. Extra office lighting, yeah. All right, there we go. I'll just store this nice and neatly over here. Ow. All right, let's continue. Check Discord. Oh, no. Oh, what fresh nightmares await. There's no way your interpretation of that 25 thing is accurate. I don't think so. Good grief. I don't even know anymore. No, we're not going to share with the class. It's too complicated. And it's like just shouldn't be. Oh my gosh. All right, let's get back to work.
Bush subscribed at tier 1. They've subscribed for 29 months. And says PLS share. End of line.
MQ Bush, thank you for the
Or
tier
says
1 sub.
CDR 100 you don't know anymore. Did you know beforehand? End of line.
MQ Bush, thank you for the tier 1 sub. And for 29 months, I appreciate that. And Chloe, thank you for the 100 bits. Yeah, there is no reason to share. It would just not be a good idea. Okay. I don't even know. Just okay. Color. The world is full of idiots. That's all you need to know. Just out of curiosity, I'm going to guess that assuming that the first thing you told him was the same length, what was your first number? What was your first digit? Just out of curiosity. Okay, color. Let's look at color. Transform. Oh, wow. I will say, I think 4 digits is not unfair. It's not, he doesn't know what he has, but individually, I think everything could be that. Let me start there. Not from him, not in that condition. That's not how this works. So I think you are having the pain of being the first to see this, and he has too high of expectations. I think that's what's going on here. So in this situation, I usually just walk away and expunge it from my mind. But I don't know how you want to handle it. Sure, Ben. Yeah, you definitely know. Mm-hmm. Yeah, okay. Oh, wait. What you've seen. Oh, okay, so I'll tell you what from you've seen. No, that was not the what I'm talking about is not related well, the number was lower from that. A lot lower. Yeah, no, he's it sucks it's going to go to a gold smelter cuz it's just going to go to e-waste. Cuz that doesn't work. The deal has gotten bigger, Ben, and weirder and complicated and dumb. I'll just say that. Very, very, very dumb.
Subscribed with Prime. They've subscribed for 2 months and says 2020 Party PECHPA 5 TT 2020 Pajamas. End of line.
Rubens, thank you for the Prime sub and for 2 months. I appreciate that. All right, I think I don't need to crush this. I
I don't think I want to bring a white level down anymore, but let me look at my options for black level. So if I crush the black level of the backdrop, what does that make everything else look like? That looks kind of good, actually. I think that looks really good. Okay, so I just bring this up. 0.2? I'll make it 0.17. So dash B 0.17. Okay, it's one part of the vintage hobby I could never do, dealing with people, especially when money is involved. Yeah, got to hear about this. Thrive on dumb deals. I can give you more info after. You'll talk when we get there? All right. Get your automated image magic set up. Oh, yeah, that's what we're about to use, Godfroth. Yeah, you might enjoy this then. Yeah, that's exactly what this is about to be. Okay. I do need to rotate this all 90. And then we need to use the preset for saddle stitch. So it's dash, where is it? L, dash L. And then we're going to use saddle stitch, unbound saddle stitch. Finding the ideal settings. So yes, this is for cropping the image. This is for the black level of the image. This is for rotating the image. This will be the title. This is the cover, front and back, and then the input images there. Let's look at the title, actually. So it's just 1206 mini term pro users manual. There we go. Part number. You know what? It's not in the title. I'm not putting it in there. Okay, that might actually be good. Let me double check that the covers are covering. Ooh, wait a minute here. You know what? Can I do this? Covers. Front, inside. I never thought to do this, but this would totally work. Yeah, that should be fine. Okay, I'm trying to think if there's anything else. I think that's good. So we are OCRing, rotate, that preset, that margin crop. I don't have the thing there. This title, we're optimizing level 2, JPEG compression 75, saddle stitch correction factor of 270 pixels, cover front, cover back. Those are the correct file names. Okay, I'm going to try it. I'm going to run it. Let's see what we get. Cannot access build. What do you mean build? lsstar.jpg. Okay, this doesn't work. How do I do this? I think I just have to put this in the folder and accept the processing. And then not have these. Okay.
Okay, let me catch up here. Doing it for the last 10 years, so I've gotten used to awkwardness, plus learned a few tricks. Yeah, there's some tricks. Oh man, this test checks got a lot tighter and remembered at a 40-pin dips. Oh gosh. All right. So what this is doing is it is going through every single file here and building an array in memory of ImageMagick objects that represent the different pages of the document. So you can see each file, each scan, 4 is being split out into a left page and a right page, but the right pages, or the left pages, are coming from the rear side of the book, and the right pages are coming from the front of the book because it's saddle stitched. Any page or any side of the page is actually on opposite sides of the center. So if I flip this over, this side of this page and this side of the same page are very, very far apart in the book. So this processes every single file all at once so that it can properly handle this stuff. What on earth is that? Okay, this one might be a bust. We'll see what just happened there. 'Cause I'm not sure how it got that. Yeah, I don't know how it found anything in the covers directory. This shouldn't have gone into subdirectories, but yeah. Cover doesn't belong in the middle of the book? No, I don't. But that's the weirder thing is those are the insides. How complicated is the code? Well, it is on GitHub, so you can just exclamation point GitHub and go see it. It is the GitHub repo simple scan to PDF. But the code actually isn't that complicated. It might be difficult to wrap your head around, but I kind of just knocked it out. I don't know how to describe it. It was one of those moments where the solution was obvious to me and I just did it and then it worked. Like, I don't know, like a savant moment kind of thing. I don't know what happened with this. That really bugs me because that's going to mess stuff up. The weirder part is how that's one image. So it's going to be page 99. I don't get what happened there. Matter of fact, what I can do is grab this, open this in a folder, paste that in there. Okay, I can grab this, paste that in there, and then, yeah, it shouldn't have found those. What the heck? Maybe it was a weird scroll issue. Maybe I pasted something into the buffer and it'll be fine. I'm going to guess that I accidentally pasted this into the buffer and it'll be fine. Nothing will happen. All right, it's done now. So what it's doing, oh, it's not done. I thought, never mind, I'm an idiot. It's at the point where it has filled its RAM cache. So yeah, we can see, I think I limited it to like 8 gigs of RAM or something. Memory, Dolphin, yeah. So it's probably using 8 gigs of RAM. And now it's disk caching everything, which is way slower. And this is also why I'm not using TIFFs, because TIFFs take more RAM and then more disk cache, and then it runs way slower using this method.
Who says CHEER 100 next Ben, then Shelby, who is next to call themselves an idiot. End of line.
Chloe, thank you for the 100 bits. So this won't really hit the CPU hard until it gets to the OCR part. After this, we're going to rip running with scissors, because I'm curious. I don't remember it being a problem, but maybe I'm wrong. This might end up in my test suite. Let me see if I can get any hints by looking at the lyrics book. I never looked at that. For Albuquerque, all right, it starts out way back when I was a little itty bitty boy living in a box under the stairs in the corner of the basement of the house in the block to the street from Jerry's bait shop. You know the place. Well, anyway, back then life was just going swell and everything was just peachy. Except, of course, for the undeniable fact that every single morning my mother would, and then, you know what? The rest of these lyrics aren't gonna fit here. There's just no room left. What a drag, huh? I guess we didn't plan this out very well. Probably should have used a smaller font or a bigger piece of paper or something. Sorry, we all just feel horrible about this. Well, I guess you'll just have to listen really carefully to try and figure out what the words are for yourself. Good luck. Wait, how did it fail? List index is out of range. Left, right. What happened? Is it an odd number? It is an odd number of pages. Yeah, because I screwed... Oh my gosh, how am I going to handle this? No, it didn't succeed. I messed it up. Alright, fine. We'll two-step this. Okay, so... we need to -E export to merge, and then we need to disable the PDF output for now. -D disable PDF, and then we'll get rid of this and this. Yeah. All right. Let's run that one more time here. So the problem is that I need to be able to put the inside covers in, but I don't have... You know what? I need to look at Python parse args. I need to see if it's possible to... You know what? I know how to solve this. Okay, I'm gonna make a slight update to this. All right, git poll just to make sure. All right. This is what I need to do. Okay. If it's not none, okay. If it is not instance list, prefix 1, else, actually we can change that. Oh wait, actually. What'd I do? This. We're gonna make the cover parameter take a list.
I think. Type JSON loads. No, that's more complicated. That doesn't work. How do we handle this?
How do I provide multiple covers?
This is annoying. I don't know how to solve this. I was wrong. So the way we're doing the blah 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 blah. The way that I'm doing this right now is outputting these in the correct order here. All right. And color processing them. And then what I'm going to do is I'm going to put the other files in there. Any reason the covers can't be pages? Different processing. Yes. So I need to figure out a solution for this, but I want, well, for most stuff, like let's say this Ming, okay? The cover is brown, and I want it to stay brown in the PDF. So I don't want this to be grayscale, but every single page in here is just black and white. So I apply a grayscale processing to the inside of this because there's like some brown water stains or whatever, and it's better to make those gray and not have them be in your face. So there's like an option to grayscale everything inside, and then maybe the covers are like a different shape or something. You don't want the same cropping because sometimes hard covers, the covers are bigger, whatever. There's lots of reasons to process the covers independently. But I don't have it set up to where you can add the inside covers. And I'm not sure how I want to handle that because you have to have the inside of the covers. And they're different. Maybe I should just add 2 more parameters for the inside covers. But it'd be, I don't know. I don't know how I want to handle this. Maybe we just make that a list always. Because this is a pain in the butt. Because now what I'm going to do is I'm going to go to covers and I'm going to go to backside or front whatever thing here. I'm going to put these in here. Now they don't quite fit right. You know what? This is I can make this work. Z. Just do that. And that's 0. We'll just make this just 0. Okay, so that's inside cover, front. Okay, that's not what I want. That one is correct. Yes. This one is not. Covers, front, inside. Put that there. Just make that 0. Okay. Then we go to this merge.
CHER 100. There is an ACTION equals APPENT in arts. End of line.
Action append. Thank you for the 100 bits. Let me look at that in a second here. Maybe we're going to spend the rest of the stream updating that. So it would have multiple arguments in it somehow. I'll have to look at how that works. Because if I can do that, it's just one more parameter, bro. That'll fix it. Exactly. But look at this. Look at this nightmare already. There's so many parameters. Makes a list. Okay. So then it would either be a list or not be a... Okay, we can look at that. We'll mess with that. We'll do that for the rest of the stream. And then we'll probably reprocess this with that just to test. But that sounds like the best way to go. Okay. So yes, now we set this. We get rid of the margin, the saddle stitch, the rotation, the black level. We get rid of that. We keep all of that. We don't export to merge, and we do want that. We have to bring back -02 for level 2 optimizing, the JPEG, 75 level quality, compression, and now I think that's good. So now we can rerun process, and it will only use the files in here plus the front and back covers from there, and it errors because it doesn't recognize lowercase j because it should be capital J, and now it'll work. Yeah, I'll look now. I just wanted to get this running. Okay, so I'll let that run in the background. Now let me go look at that. A GUI instead of your script would be nice. Everybody wants a GUI. Pfft.
You know how long it takes to make a GUI? You know how easy it is to make a script? That's the problem. And then describe... a GUI is such a massive step up in complexity. It really, really is. What am I doing? Python arg parse. Okay. Action appendix. Well, okay, append. Append stores a list, and append stores each argument value to the list useful to allow an option to be specified multiple times. Okay, action append foo is a list. That seems perfect. Okay. Maybe this is ridiculously easy this way. Having the GUI generate the command line's not the hard part. When you're doing something like scan processing, people are going to expect a lot of fancy features from a GUI just because you can see the stuff. Features they think they want, but they don't want. That's a... Let me put it this way. If you think you need a GUI, you're putting too much work into this. You should be able to do this without a GUI, but with an image editor. I only use GIMP here to take measurements. I'm not actually doing any processing of the individual pages in GIMP because I'm telling the computer how to process all of it for me through the script. Okay, I want this, and then I want this. Okay. So C and Z action append. Okay. And then it's going to be a list. So action append, action append. Okay. So then these become len parameter. And then for cover in blah images I equals 0 I cover I plus equal 1 for cover in postfix. Okay, that might do it. Extend looks better than append. I just implemented append. What's the difference? Let me look at it. Action extend stores a list and appends each item from the multi-value argument list to it. The extend option typically uses nargs. No, I don't like that. No, I don't prefer that. I don't think I can use that anyway because I have a positional argument. Is that the term? The last one is just the files. There is no actual parameter. So file names, add argument, this, remainder. So I'm using the remainder for it. So I can't do that. For I cover in enumerate, nah, it's too complicated. We'll just do a plus. It's better this way, trust me. Here we go, passed, okay. Look at our beautiful PDF. There we go. It is all good. All right, so let's just quickly scroll through, make sure the dots all line up. They do. They actually got cut in the real document. So this is just what happened. So, wait a minute. Something not right is going on. Yeah, we're going to rerun this. The shrink factor is getting applied incorrectly somehow. Yeah, let's rerun this with the updated version and see how it works on the normal files. Okay, so I can now run this and pass it front inside. How on earth have I managed that? We don't worry about it. Don't worry about it. It's fine. Just, if this does it, then I kind of know what I need to do. Kinda.
The format is X as normal files in this stream CHEER 101. End of line.
There we go. We apply back inside first, then back outside. Okay. Let me just double check something real quick. Okay. Shrink. Okay. Let's see. Scan page layout. Half left, right, if but it should have rotated. Did I accidentally leave shrink in when I did the full? You know what? Let's just not worry about it. Let's just hope this solves everything. Okay. Process. Go. Okay, I didn't like that. Why? Okay, I'll quickly explain exactly what's going on. I already have it open here. Okay. I don't have it already open here. Okay. This is the first actual sheet of paper in the manual, okay? If I take the manual and I remove the cover, all right, it is this page right here. This is that, okay? This page is if I open the manual and take out the middle one, all right? Note, the first page is longer than the middle page. It's actually like that. So first page, or that's middle page, and then first page. If I align these on one edge, you'll see the first page is actually longer. All right? That's because this is saddle stitch. They take a stack of paper like this, okay, exactly like this. They staple it down in the middle, then they fold it in half, all right, and then they use a giant cutter like that. What ends up happening though is you roll the edge, so the pages are folded over each other. So the curve on the outside is a longer path, which makes this paper longer than the ones in the middle. When you flat scan these, the page on the outside is wider than the page on the inside. So rather than crop the outside pages to lose information, I added a part to my code that takes this difference in size right here, and it will shrink. You can't see it, but it'll take the width of this, and it will shrink each page in by that amount divided over how many pages there are to crop the inner pages from the scan. So I'm trying to handle that. So what happened, I think, is the rotation ended up getting messed up somewhere here. So the two top, it ended up cropping the top and bottom somehow. So in the middle, that page ended up shorter. I don't know how. But yeah, that's, I'm pretty sure, what happened. Okay, hold on. Section image, image path, image magic read wand, type error, wrong type. Okay, what's going on here? Would crop the middle of the longer pages where the staple was. You're saying take out the middle part, the gutter, you would remove the gutter. That could make sense. I'm just keeping everything, though. I fully understand removing the gutter, but that's a lot more difficult to, like, say. Because sometimes I bet the gutter goes all the way across. I do need to add a gutter cut option, and I could add an option to use the shrink with the gutter. But I haven't gotten around to that yet. Because if you actually just flat scan a bound book, there's no way of removing the gutter in this right now. What is this problem? Read image, wrong type. So I'm guessing something to do with the list is messed up. So let's add some print debug. So it's line 29. So print opening path. Okay, well, how did that happen? Postfix cover. Oh, wait, I'm an idiot. That's how it happened. Okay, got it. I know exactly how it happened. I suck. Problem solved. Get rid of that. All right. Take 82. It's making me want to scan a book, Insanity. All right. So now it should all do it in one go, and then we'll see if the same issue occurs. It shouldn't, but we'll see if it does. I've said both of those two things before. As soon as this is done, we can try ripping running with scissors and see what that does. Take it close, pebcac? Yeah, at least they're fast to resolve, yeah. You can relate a little, not the most fun. It is complicated. You may not have seen, I also have over here a an open book scanner. It's a Caesar ET24 that allows me to scan glue-bound books without having to cut them apart. So that's part of why I haven't bothered with the gutter removal of open face scanning on this. Plus, most of my books aren't glue-bound, so I don't have that problem. I think I am going to have the problem with the next not dot that I work on, but we'll see. This part's slow. There's not a lot to it. I mean, I guess we could actually try this. Have you given Scan Tailor a go? Scan Tailor can't do saddle stitch. So I would have to use this to process my files to be able to begin to use them in Scan Tailor, and then why not just use this only? So I can make it a little more obvious why I'm using my software here. All right, so let me open up a couple of these and let's work through this. So this is the scan, all right? This is the first sheet on the outside, okay? First off, we have to rotate it. So we have to do this for every single page here, all right? So look at all those pages we got to rotate. We're not actually going to save these, okay? So we have page 1 somewhere around here. I accidentally clicked it. There we go. Okay. So this is page 1. This is actually page 112, as you can see there. So we have an issue here, and ScanTailer can't handle this. If we go to the next scan, this is page 2 on the left now, and this is page 111 on the right now. So we just swapped. This was the leading page, this is the following, but now this is the following, and this is the leading, and this is the following. And then when we go to the next one, this is page 3, this is page 110. And then this is page 4, and this is page 109. So you have to be able to flip the left and right and split them and then keep track of that. Yeah, ScanTailer only does linear as far as I'm aware. So it can split the pages. Again, they're assuming you take a book and you just smash it flat on the scanner. Ideally, you don't do that. The other thing is this is a book edge scanner. So even if I had like glue-bound book and I didn't want to use a Caesar, I would just take this and I would just open it and I would just put it on the scanner like that and scan it one page at a time, because that's how this scanner is meant to operate. Spiky spike? We can find out. It might have been too short if it didn't drop for me to catch. I don't see it there. Might take a moment for it to... Oh, nope, there it is. We caught it. So much fun. I love that we can check this now. You can never tell if it's your internet or not. Just generally, it's my internet. It's my home internet. That's the problem. So yeah, I can't just drop those into ScanTailer and make it work, unfortunately. I would have to pre-process them with this, and then all of the other processing is trivial compared to that. Because again, the bulk of what makes this code special is this right here. That whole section is the magic of page ordering. Really, yeah, it all fits on one screen right there. So that is the magic that makes this better than everything else. And it's really not even that much. It could be added to ScanTailer, like you mentioned. But I would have to learn how to work on ScanTailer, and just like, ScanTailer also, like, needs a ground-up rewrite to get out of GTK. So, I don't know. I think I would rather write a Qt interface for this than fix ScanTailer to have this. Like, I don't know, man. But like I said, writing a GUI sucks. And the instant there's a GUI, people have expectations for other options, like being able to individually modify every single page. So it gets way more complicated just because people think that that stuff should be there. Like, for example, you think you're going to make an... Ah, come on!
Laura Kuhn says CHEER 100. I object to the idea that people think. End of line.
Chloe, thank you for the 100 bits. 317, okay. How is it a none? Did one fail or something? How did it... Oh my gosh, I know exactly how it happened. Ugh! I forgot to put the I right here. Also... Should this be 1? And then what's the deal with this? What does that do? 0. Images, section image. What's a section image? I don't even remember. I don't think I made like a class. It's a function. Page number, I guess, minus I. I love it when I am my own problem. I have an older app published on GitHub, and I make it clear that I'm sharing because others may find it useful, but this is designed by me, for me, and I will not make changes to others, and I have a whole ton of requests to add feature X, Y despite this. Yep. I get that. Sometimes I enjoy adding features for other people. But it depends. And I understand if I comment on someone else's repo that something is not a feature that they want to implement. Like on Greaseweasel, if you provide your own disk def, it does not also attempt to search its own disk defs. See you, Philip. Personally, I think that's the wrong approach, but it's not my code, so that's how it is, and that's fine. So I had to add a workaround to my own code to handle that, which, again, is fine. So just being able to, you know, cooperate with people is a big thing that people don't understand. I understand why you'd not want to design a GUI. Yeah, exactly. That would open it up to so much more input than I want to deal with. There is, this is such a Linux thing to say. There is a mental barrier to using a command line program that keeps less technically competent people away and leads to fewer problems. Like, I actually wouldn't be surprised if the wine people don't have a launcher GUI, and that's why, like, Lultris or whatever exists, because the wine people don't want to deal with it. Yeah, AI, exactly. So I'm building PyDiskRip the correct way. It all works as a headless setup right now, and then the GUI just controls that. So probably make it no vibe coded commits and supports requests that have use it. Yeah, exactly, Remdog. Yes, for sure. You know, I'm just gonna rip running with scissors while we're letting this go in the background. Why not? Archive test. Copy this. Run. Now I have Pink Floyd stuck in my head. What's wrong with me? Okay, description, run. Okay. Delete that. Swap disks. Pop in, run in with scissors. It's thought about because it's good, yes. But just hearing, you know, run over and over again, because I don't remember the rest of the song just from that one word, that's not as good. Okay, disk rip. We're not going to run web. We're just going to process the one thing here. I might have ran that a little too soon because I think it needs more time to index the disk. Which is called Weird Al. Love it. Oh, I didn't actually put it in input. Okay, here we go. Boom. Found it. 2 sessions found. Okay, so that's how it works. All right. So this is not going to work correctly. It will rip both sessions, but we shouldn't be able to extract the data from the second session. So we'll get session 1 here with all the audio. That should actually extract correctly. So this is called a Blue Book disk AI, or more generically, an enhanced CD. You can get the data, but it had the file system, the ISO 9660 file system, has LBA offsets from the beginning of the disk, which is what makes it complicated. So you can't just extract the ISO from the bin queue and then pull the files out. That's the issue. So we are going to get a full rip of it, but yeah. Do you have the NIST paper mentioning this? No. Why? I don't know anything about that. Oh, so you know how to fix it too then? Yes. Nope, I have learned all of this from just encountering the problems myself. There's an NIST paper on it? I can drop you a link. Probably says stuff you already know. I would be curious, yeah. Can you put it on Discord? Genuinely, I will read that. I just want to commiserate with other people dealing with this nonsense. I can't remember what my other Blue Book test disk is. I'm really, because I've been planning this for a video, all right, I have picked out very specific examples of things. So for a Red Book audio disc, in my test suite of CDs that I have in a little wood Napa crate, I have a copy of a Foo Fighters album that has a solid red single pass silkscreen label for the audio CD. For a CD-ROM, I have a copy of Crazy Taxi that has a single pass yellow silkscreen print on the CD. And then it might be Curvature of Space that I have for the Blue Book example, which has a single pass blue silkscreen print on it. So for the Red Book audio, I have a red CD. For the Yellow Book audio, I have a yellow CD. For the Blue Book audio, I have a blue CD. With my Ripper, we'll start easy, just basic CD-DA and CD-ROM to start. And you know what I plucked off the shelf running with scissors and Quake? Yep. Genius, exactly. For visual stuff like video, it really helps to, you know, make it obvious. You get vibe debugging, throwing more and more complicated prompts. Nah. Oh, you're talking to someone else. Okay. But yeah, it's all, yeah. Wow, this one's taking a while. I wonder if the CD's bad or something. Little things like that are what helps make videos better. And also little things like that are what makes a CD video such a nightmare. I kind of really don't want to make the CD ripping video until I have a consistent way to calculate the LBA offset for a bin Q rip of an ISO 9660 Blue Book file system. Once your 10-minute probation is over, I didn't even know we had that, I'm sorry. I wonder if that's a Discord thing now for adding the, like, anti-raid stuff. Got any White Book VCD? Would an Asian import video CD probably count as that? Because if so, yes, I have what I am going to call the definitive VCD import movie. But I'm curious what other people may think that is. Because I could think of a couple of options. I'll name one that I would say is a valid import option, but it's not the one. I could see Crouching Tiger, Hidden Dragon being one, but that's not the one. And I'll also give a hint. You think it would? Okay. I'll also give a hint. I've shown this movie on the channel before, and that it's a movie. Mastered that once? Yeah, once, yes. I think it's also dependent on the media. Oh yeah, here's the other thing. My script will pull the Music Brains data, and it should apply it to that. Although I've never tried this with a multi-session disk. Actually, I may have never ripped a multi-session disk with this before at all. So this is going to be interesting. Yeah, I did not enjoy that. FLAC, no, that it didn't. It said no thanks. ISO 9660, it tried. It's not going to work. Okay, what did we have happen? Converting to Wave. Okay, so Wave took that. Why did FFmpeg fail? FFmpeg has no attribute input. Do I have the wrong one installed? There's two of there. What do you think? What movie? Shaolin Soccer. That's which one. I might have the wrong FFmpeg Python library installed. Because one of them's just PyFFmpeg and the other one's Python-FFmpeg. So I need to double check which one I have. But yes, it failed on extracting that ISO. Although, did it fail because that failed? So that may not be... I don't think that's a valid test. Let's try and fix the FFmpeg thing. You were close. Kung Fu Hustle. Ah. See info, list a number of sessions at the out and the... Yeah. I might be... I can't remember if I'm wrapping CD info or not. Oh, hey, yeah, Hey, it passed. It's actually generating the PDF this time. It's going to work, by the way. Because, you know, we're totally on topic here. Whatever, handing imports to Python, look for the UV tool. You can even inline it. Import VNV. So what I did, I haven't implemented it on this computer yet. I have a Linux script that I just put in my bash RC that just VNVs everything I do. That way I can solve the stupid, you know, install Python packages with apt thing. Shaolin Soccer is perfect for demonstrating how to rip a VCD. Yeah, I think it is kind of like optimal. What was I going to do? Yeah, import FFmpeg. I don't know. How can I see more stuff about this? How do I uninstall this? Pip remove PyFFmpeg purge pip help. Okay. Oh, it's too many things. Uninstall. Weirdos. This package is externally managed. Okay. Sudo apt install -- remove. No, I'm just kidding. It's purge. Purge. Python. FF. Oh my gosh. Python 3. Yes, list them all. Okay. Where's FF doodad? But no install. Gosh, that's awful. PJB, it's a delicate balance of some chat I have to ignore to keep the chat or keep the stream on topic. Some of it I respond to, some of it I will just read. Is there a way of seeing what module or what package a module came from? Because I don't see it here. You know what? Screw it. Break. System. Packages. As it is not installed. What is it even trying to use? Didn't you slam in stuff with pip install too? Oh, absolutely, 100%, because I hate the stupid Debian Python app package managing. Python FFmpeg. There's two of them out there. One of them is good, the other one is not. And I don't remember which one I installed. Well, it seems like... Ooh, our PDF's done. Let's take a look. It's still screwed up the shrink direction. Are you kidding me? DCAC, I'm gonna pretend I didn't see that. Print FFmpeg file. Okay, I can do that. Let's do that. I already have one open somewhere. Python 3. Import Python. Side packages, just FFmpeg. Okay. Lib local. Okay, so just... So why does that not work? Did I... Yes, DCAC. This is annoying. I would really like to know why this is so broken, though. This is extra bugging me. Like, this is cropping the wrong side. Maybe I had to test this with saddle stitch. It's the only way it's useful. I mean, everyone asks about cropping before rotating the page. Okay. The order is set specifically here. So it rotates the scan here. It applies a margin crop here before the rotation. So it cuts out the black part. All right? Then it rotates. Then during the left-right cropping, The left side of the left image should be shrunk. Why? What on earth? All right, let's look at it this way. The outside appears to be correct. I'm going to guess the inside is being cropped too much. So why is the inside being cropped too much? Image size. I know why. I know why. I somehow never encountered this. So I pick somewhat of a random image, but I'm using the cover, which can be a different size. That's the problem. Okay, so what I should do is middle image index. Len image int, because rounding and Python, and then mid equals. This way we are guaranteed never to use the cover. No, wait, that's not what I'm doing. Ah! It's not it. No! Is it the rendering is messed up? So no. If I scroll up, you'll see that we have the inner hole punches on the right side of the left page, but as we scroll down, they disappear into the margin, into the gutter. So it's cropping the right side of the left image more than it should. So the right side image should, in theory, never be cropped, but the mid position that determines how big that image should change. And it seems like it's behaving correctly. In the middle, they're actually joined like this, like the two holes are actually touching, so that's correct. So why... This worked before. I don't know if I could have changed something that would have messed this up. So the shrink value for the left side seems to be working. Okay. Image size divided by 2 minus shrink divided by 2. Okay, let me think about this. So in the middle of the image, okay, we will get a shrink amount. So as the page gets shorter, because the split is in the direct middle, the distance that the middle shrinks will be exactly half of what the outer edge is. So the inner edge of the page position changes by half of the shrink factor. So that's correct. We're using the exact same math here, but we're adding it. Oh my gosh. We don't even have enough time to rerun this again, if I can figure it out. Why? Why is it cropping the right side of the left image too much? So left. So half of the image size loses half of the shrink size. Should it be plus shrink? Shrink plus? I don't think so. I don't think that's it. Should be minus. So these are the coordinates. So X, left, right is the shrink factor. That's how far it goes in. Y is 0. We never crop the top. So then this is the X for the bottom right corner. So if we weren't shrinking at all, it'd be image size divided by 2. Okay. And then, yeah, do we add the shrink? Because it should shift. You know what? I think I have to add shrink. Shrink plus that. Okay. I'm gonna, it processes faster when we don't OCR and when I don't merge the things. So let me cheat -D -E test no OCR and go. So that looks correct, but the value should be basically 0 there. Okay, I'll let this run and we'll see what happens. Line 55 using shrink 57 does not. 55. So the right side is different. Only the leading edge of it should have shrink. But I don't know. I don't know. Looks good right until the cover ends up on page 30. Yeah. The right side image should only have one edge impacted by shrink. Those are at the extreme. I feel like so far this is looking more correct. But we'll see. I'm going to let it run. Because in theory, what should happen is we should, on the, well, that's a little wonky there, but that's a right side image, so I never really touched that. We should be able to see the staple mark, like basically right along the edge of the right side. So far, this is looking more correct, though. So we can see the staple mark. Why did I have to do that? What changed? Why was that necessary? What are we scanning? The manual for a thermal terminal that I don't own, that no one owns, this thing, that I would desperately like to find. But it's not going to happen. I think this is looking correct, though. A terminal, yeah. Okay, hold on. Browse. Let me make this small enough so we can see both at once. It's looking correct. Yeah, I think that fixed it. I don't know. I feel like I was going to break something else now. All right. I will come into the office before stream, as you know, I have to, because I don't come into the office during stream, tomorrow, and I will run the full process command one more time, and I'll see what happens, and if that fixes it. Because that seemed to correct the issue with the Intesta Forcea. Again, that's really complicated. One does not simply set up a SCSI device. Ugh. All right, what else we have going on? We were looking at FFmpeg, and we gave up because it's stupid. I'm just going to take running with scissors home and rip it at home, where I know the FFmpeg setup is correct. Lisa lights up wiggles. Yes, most importantly, the fluorescent tube shuts off, so it passes its internal calibration. Yeah, I think that's everything I can realistically do right now. I don't want to spend the 20 minutes waiting for it to reprocess and OCR that image right now. So we are gonna have to call it there, unfortunately. The timing on that is just way, 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 way too long. Okay. So, glad to finally have all the CDI stuff scanned. Now I can actually go back to finishing the cat map for the computer itself so that we can get the stuff ordered. I need to go through the service manual, get the belts out, or just look on Discord. I think HFontra is linked to some that will work. What else do we have happening with this? I need the keyboard so I can actually end the stream on the server later. Oh, man. Today was overall fairly productive. Identify and maybe fixed a bug. So I didn't have the have a disk you hadn't seen before. Oh yeah, no. I am very, very well aware of all the nonsense stuff with everything. Here's a fun one for you, AI. I don't know if you've seen this before. I've shown it a couple of times on stream. I don't know if you were here for it. You might appreciate what is unique about this. This is a disk duplicator. All right, so you know, oh, hey, what's so special about that? It's a karaoke disk duplicator for CDG disks. I don't know how it works. I need to test this at some point because being able to copy a CDG disk sounds insane. You don't want to talk about subcodes, but yeah, isn't that weird that that's a thing that exists to be able to copy sub-channel data? Well, what's CDG and why does it sound like a GD-ROM? Because you only know a handful of letters and can barely put them together. I'm just kidding. It's CD plus G is CD plus graphics, which is for a karaoke disc. It embeds image data, which is just karaoke, like follow the bouncing ball lyrics. But it's in the sub-channel data for an audio CD. So CDRDAO should be able to do that with a raw rip, but I don't have any CDG to test with. CDRAW, oh my gosh, CDRDAO should be able to read sub-channel data? I'm not aware of that. And write it. There's some that just had album art, no lyrics. Dude, I want that. That sounds awesome. If you can find me any kind of link to documentation for that, or even just like in the GitHub source code or whatever, I have CDG disks in the other room. I can test. If you were here tomorrow, we can test. I am also not aware of any software that can use a ripped
CDG subdata channel thing. There is a program that claims to be able to create images out of it, but you have to actually have the disk in the drive. There's no image data format that it can work with for that. Anyway, all right, it's time to wrap up here. Let me connect to the server so I can shut her down. It's kind of nice having the chart of the internet issues now, because when the stream goes out, I can just point to it and go, yep, it was that. And then we have an explanation. It's not better, but... That wasn't supposed to happen. There we go. Yeah, so I'd accidentally clicked to hide the window that keeps the printer and the stream alive. So there we go. All right. Bitch, gradually. Yeah. All right. So, all right. It's fine. You didn't miss anything important. Okay. That's the end of the stream today. Hopefully you all got some good information out of whatever nonsense. I don't even know. I accidentally rubbed the keyboard on some sandpaper. I'm an idiot. What did we do? We scanned a document. That's right. And I got to rerun the processing for that tomorrow. So, okay. I will do that. We'll see what that looks like. I got no idea what we're doing tomorrow. So if you want to find out what mysteries that I get up to tomorrow, you can join in 20 hours from now. Hopefully you have good news. Yeah, I don't have any expectations at all anymore. Like, anyway, if you all enjoyed this stream, you may want to follow to be notified when I go live again next. If you want to help support the channel, you can find me on Patreon or get a shirt like this one. I also added Ko-Fi recently as an option upon request, so you can now do the minimum like $2 membership thing to get access to supporter Discord for that. Turns out the PayPal fees are pretty brutal, but I don't know. Anyway, direct PayPal. Yes, direct PayPal is possible, but it's not, I can't link that to anything, so there's no like rewards for it. So yeah, anyway. All right, we should wrap this up. That's it for now, and if you guys enjoyed this, I will see you next time. Come on, printer, button, tap, thing. There we go. It's fine, our programmer, and I do appreciate it, by the way. So, it's all right. Yeah, the PayPal fees are more of a minimum charge than a percentage, so small payments are worse than larger ones. PayPal Direct is where I would say I get the most.